but they can see the magazines.
Good one. Good, yeah.
Maybe. Saca esse. Mas ele fica tipo agacha. Ah, what?
Your experience.
Ah, ah. Mm.
Mm.
Yeah. Yes. Two, three, testing, testing. Deixa eu pensar aqui é bom. Aqui tá. We can start now.
Okay. We started with a keyword. The keyword was joy. And me and Bruna, we know each other from Brazil. We studied together. And we both know that we love maps and trajectories and everything. And then from then, we thought of movements in space. And Bruna remembered this very nice, famous architecture from Brazil.
Yeah.
Inabobar.
Yes. Yeah. So the brief was to think of three magazines, like a concept for a magazine, and then develop three issues, because then you can see the continuity of a magazine. Because in one it's more difficult. So we thought our starting, like we starting movements and movement space, and then we kind of wanted to be about culture, about
Yeah, we wanted to talk about social issues and culture and the relationship of the body in space.
yeah. So then we kind of ended up deciding that each issue could be one movement. So maybe we can just start the presentation.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. So this is Passerby, from body movements to cultural perspectives.
Passerby is an accessible contemporary magazine that discusses art, culture, and politics. And we really want to be departing from a specific movement for each issue, as we said, to extend that to other issues.
Yeah, and this is what we thought that our magazine could represent: to be in movement, to be with the world, so you can carry as a newspaper and carry around while you are in the metro, walking your dog, and I don't know, in the park reading. So that's why we thought about being an accessible tone of voice. So we wanted to reach as many people as possible. We wanted it to be free to the public, but in a way that it could be like sponsored by the government or by a cultural institution, and we could create this content and distribute it for free in the, I don't know, stands, the metro, online, and whatever it could, to reach more and more people. And we thought about 4 issues per year, so we have 3, kind of almost a year, and around 84 pages and a booklet. We can explain more in depth the pages. So we thought also, like, not making a huge magazine in terms of number of pages, to be more like to have a lot of text but with less pages, right? And then I think we kind of started to understand how the design could respond to all of the things that we kind of wanted to give with the magazine. So we started with the concept of choosing a newspaper, tabloid size, to be more efficient, economical, and readable. And then we started thinking about that the layout could mix this dense text that we wanted to put with images, moments of space, and always with the intention of being efficient.
In movement as well.
Yeah, and I think what is very important in terms of design that we kind of figured it out along with the magazine was the movement, right? And then the image treatment and how we're going to compose all of that. And then for type, we're gonna go super quick. We have a few typefaces. We started with one, and then it kind of evolved. So for titles and subtitles, and the one that it's on the masthead is Montagu's Lab. Then we have Studio 6, a sans serif to accompany that.
Is another option for titles of the articles.
Yes, and for text, a very neo-grotesque, simple sans serif called CF Pro. For navigations and captions, we have Literata, which is a more delicate font. And these are the covers that you guys already are seeing.
And for the covers, we decided to show the color that we decided for each issue. So we have all the content, all the contributors. We have the editor's note, the definition of the movement. We really want to be transparent and honest, straightforward. And
and also like if the people are getting fast or getting the magazine and we wanted to showcase everything we could on the cover, right?
Yes, and it also saves space, and in that way we can be more accessible.
Yeah, and more explore more the space inside the magazine as well. So we have stretch, blink, and tongue rolling as the first three movements that we chose.
So starting with stretch, we say that it's the ability to extend or lengthen something physically, and it can expand to any issue that we want to talk about. So we talk about stretch as the potential of unlocking our bodies and also thinking about the future with sustainability, technology, and various subjects.
Yeah. So we're going to show a bit of the pages and explain a bit more inside the stretch one. So we always start, we have, as you can see on the first page of a magazine, we have an inside cover, which is a montage of all the kind of the images that we use inside. And we also create kind of a poster.
So you can
take it out.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
See the whole image.
And then the first one.
And then we start with the first article being very literal with the movement, talking about stretch with the yoga and the inventor of it. And we also have the image treatment with the movements of stretching the images.
Yeah.
And creating space with the texts.
Yes. Yeah, and then you can see already like the images respond to the movement in a way, but we kind of created the passerby language for all the issues, but they are more responsive to the movement itself.
We had a lot of fun distorting images.
Yeah, stretching
them.
Yeah, and then the text always represents movement, in general way. Yeah. So here we have more like the hierarchy to explain. So we have the big title in Montagu, and then we have the text in SF Pro, and we have something that we call curator's notes. Like a comment. Yes, it's like a comment that we as curators of the articles make. Like it could be a joke, it could be something like why we chose that article, like why it's important for passerby and for stretch. And why, or it could be like why you're reading this, like why it's important.
It's a note on a personal level, more intimate with the reader.
Totally. And all the captions goes in the color of the issue, such as and also the navigation. In this case, is stretched in the bottom and on the top as well. So the name of the article goes on the top, and then issue 1, stretch, and page number on bottom. Yeah. Then we have more pages, and
Yeah, we're stretching the elements, and this is a very nice article that's talking about future technologies combined with ancestral wisdom, and to solve contemporary problems that we're having. So we're going back to go forward,
yeah.
and that's very stretchy.
Yes. And then we have also a booklet inside of each magazine, which is we call like our cover story. So it's a story that we wanted to give importance, but it always could be something that you can take it out of the magazine and carry yourself and then read it, and it has like an interesting story, it has its own meaning, and also super cheap to print. It's black and white, and the booklet's always in the color of the issue as well. So in this case, we have the ideas to postpone the end of the world, which is from an indigenous leader, and talks about the earth and the ideas that we can to prevent, like about sustainability.
Yeah, it complements the article
That it's on. Yeah. But yeah, continue. We can go faster with this issue, but we can
here
see
we're distorting the images,
types, stretching everything, and then we mix with some different articles. So we have like green, and then we come with a black technology article. So we kind of like this contrast sometimes, right? Like that it brings.
We also have a lot about artists as well.
Yeah, and then this is the end, and then you can see the end of the montage from the inside cover, and this is the first issue. And go to the second more fast maybe. And so the second one is blink. It's about the blink is the opening closing of the eye, as we know, and then we talk about ways of seeing, different points of view and movement of the eye. For us it's kind of ephemeral but still impactful. So in this issue you already can see, like we talk, the first is about like the Marina Abramovic performance of looking at strangers. So we use the eye as like a way to communicate, right? Yeah. And then you can see that there's already some difference of treatment, but it's still passerby. But there's subtleties.
We're using blur,
yeah,
fragments of the images we're seeing to show different perspectives.
Yeah, and the booklet on this one is we found this PDF scanned of the ways of seeing, and we kind of republish it in a way.
As a bootleg,
It's a bootleg, yeah, and we thought it was funny that we scan and rescan it. So this is the booklet, and then here
we have interviews with artists that talk about their
art. And then also we change the text a bit. Also, like between our rules, we change a bit. So in this case, we kind of switch the text and turn in a different perspective, but also kind of keeping in the same vibe.
Yeah, we're also not talking about human eyes. We have machine eyes, like the camera, the drones.
This alien life. And then, yes, and we bring photographs, artists, yeah, and this is issue 2. And then
we have tongue rolling, which is the 3rd issue. And tongue rolling is the ability of rolling your tongue into a tube. It's a genetic movement, but in this case, we want to talk about language, communication, how language can limit or empower what we have to say or not, and we want to explore that.
So this is tongue rolling. This one, I think, is the one that we it's the 3rd that we made. So being honest, is something that we are already accustomed to do, and we wanted to explore even more.
Differently.
So, yeah, in a different way. So we are talking about communication, we are talking about tongues and languages, so this is more text heavy than the others, and we used kind of type in a different way, let's say. Like,
yes, I think we try to communicate visually with the words.
Yeah, basically. So it's a bit different. Like for this one, it's an image, but it also has text So we kind of try to bring more of that and to make it each issue different, but still like this kind of more heavy written text pages that we didn't kind of had in the first issue. We kind of bring it into the third because it made it more sense in the terms of the meaning of the movement.
And we have, for this booklet, we collected from our colleagues and from many sources tongue twisters poems. So it's a collection of tongue twister poems in different languages. Yeah. So the reader can have a little bit of fun.
Yeah, we also changed the format of the booklet so it can be more flexible too. But yeah, there we have more like conversations, articles, and we have food as well, like the relationship with mouth, food, and space. So
yeah, we also have artists again. She was Carolina Maria Jesus was a very important writer from Brazil, from the favelas.
Yeah, and also we have Susan Sontag with this is an article that we never did before. It's like more clean, almost the text is disappearing, super in silence, that's away. And then we bring it like a super heavy contrast with E.C. Wood, which is very like manipulative.
I think we've been doing that naturally in each issue.
Totally. And yeah, this is the end of issue 3. And then this is the posters combined that we wanted to show you.
The inside covers.
Inside covers, yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Which are also posters.
Yes, and the booklets that can live by itself outside of the magazine, which we think it's a plus.
It brings movement to the reader and flexibility.
And we have our expanded world.
We have more. We're gonna have a website, so the readers can access the magazine online as well, so they can download the PDF and download the posters if they want to.
Yeah.
In that way, we can reach everyone.
Yeah. We also have Instagram, which we thought we could bring the color and the feed to each issue brings a new different color. So while you're scrolling, you see the green, then the blue, and then the yellow, like the red, and future issue 4 yellow. And then we also wanted to showcase like pictures of the magazine out there, right? Like in movement with the people.
And a tote bag.
Yes, a tote bag for the future to carry your magazine around. We thought that it makes sense because it's about movement. It's about carrying it. So
around the city. We also thought that maybe if we sell this, we could raise money for funds and events.
Yes. And these are the posters. Again, we have for each issue a poster.
Have a little gift.
Yeah, and that's Kohana with the magazine. The run.
Yeah, I'm a passerby.
This is our friends reading it in the park.
Yes.
And a pigeon.
Thank you.
Thank you. This is. It's passing around, like, because we start with the movement, then we start with the walkers.
Yeah, we want to have a intimate relationship with the readers. So maybe we're saying we're one of you.
Yeah, totally.
Yes, and that's what the quote of Lina Bobardi was saying.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
About the little things that we don't notice when we pass by.
Also, yeah, because the movements are delicate in a way, right? Like stretching, it
Yes,
could be small, it could be big, so it could
it's
be.
unnoticed.
Yeah, yeah, it goes unnoticed as well. So, yeah. Mhm. Mm. Mhm, mhm. Mm. Yeah. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So we can be more aware of the movement.
Mm.
Mhm.
Yeah,
We
it was
thought
a
no one
mistake.
would notice.
You were the first one who noticed. No, because we sent it the first one to print, and then we had a whole like, oh my god.
We forgot to change.
Yeah, and then it stayed, and then we're kind of okay. We started the first one like charging, and then the rest is free.
Yeah,
No, but it's free. It's
it's
free.
just to help us do the second issue.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, I think
It's
if the
part.
person wants
Yeah.
to,
It's part of it. I mean,
yeah,
that's the risk. We question a lot, like, should we bind it? Should we keep it everything close? But then at the end, we were like, let them
let's
people
be
move
flexible.
it. Let's be
Mhm.
yeah, let's be radical. Let's leave it everything loose, and then because otherwise we say it's free. It's for you to be movement, but we keep it close. So we kind of like, no, this doesn't make any sense. So let's just give it to them, and it kind of it's a way to because we think it could lose if you take it, it could fall, but then it's part of it,
It's
and
part
then
of,
we
yeah.
just accepted it, and then someone else finds it, and
Mhm.
that's the game, that's the passer.
That's the poetic of it.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
A gente divide esse. Mhm. Most what?
There you really how to make there not that but compose. They think that all of today that the Canada of attention is wherever trick we use from it that there is very well solved, and I think one of the elements behind is how and why life is. And the other one more accessible or very
Mm.
idea, but I the usage
Yeah,
of it.
yeah.
And I think that there is something
Which
because
was-
it's color and color of the favorite color
Mm.
as a narrator.
Yes.
For me, this is not like it. In the going aside of that, I have to be from project quality of the source. That the price to the so not
Yeah,
We did
we did.
working in groups.
Mhm. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Yes.
I don't know if Carol and Isa are already online, but we're
Hello. Yes. Well, good afternoon. My name is Delma and Claudia. And today we're going to immerse you a little bit into within faces, spaces, and places. So, how would you describe a public space such as a library, a sports field, a theater, or a kitchen, or a garden? Maybe it comes from your childhood. Maybe it comes from the places you were when you were a kid playing background. Or it's a structure. It's a place where you remember the building, where you remember the architecture, where it's alone, where it's simple. Or maybe it's crowded. Maybe it's full of people. Maybe it's your clothing. Maybe it's the culture or the ethnicity you come from. Let's say that starting from this question, as we ask ourselves, we decided through this magazine within to gather every 6 months
different voices, stories, perspectives, in order to deepen and expand the knowledge and the perspective of a place, of a topic that in the end maybe is not that obvious. So we decided to collect different kind of content and materials, both art and photograph projects, internet blogs, archives, and whatever could help us to really expand and give a let's say general and insights about a specific public place. So regarding the issues that we wanted to show to you today, we worked on the first issue that goes with the libraries. So for instance, some content that we gather inside, for example, this column is called Dear Bibliopathologist, and is an ironical column about people showing and sharing their own specific psychological problems about books, reading experience, bookshelves, and whatever it is. We also gathered an online archive created by Jaime Sebastian that wanted to treat always books and bookshelves, but more as a, let's say, as an object in the space. And changing a bit the tone and a point of view, we also gathered a text that is specifically a personal memoir about the experience of living during the censorship during the Islamic Revolution in Iran. So many different perspectives.
Now changing a little bit into the second issue where we talk a little about the sports fields. In sports fields we have stories like the rugby in Ireland, basically a sport that is so beloved that socially and politically united a whole nation. How this works and how basically this simple act of playing with a ball in a field can unite people with no problems. We continue a little bit with Tin Cans and Cartons, which is a photographic archive at the Nana Russell, where we have a collection throughout the decades of all the different tennis ball cans that have been like changing and ever like connecting through different brands and everything. And one of our favorites, a photo series by Celia de Luna called Cholitas Bravas, which is a photo series that commemorates the indigenous women in Bolivia, and it's more of a practice of extreme sports, but always in their ethnicical clothing that honors their ancestors. For our last issue of today, we have theaters. We take the theater as not only a space, but as the evidence of a performance, taking what is a performance in a different point of view, in a different angle. We start with the internet. Internet is at our disposal every day, and it's in our hands, basically. It's a place where we have sort of an alter ego. And one of our biggest performances are online. Changing a little bit and going into the back, we honor a little bit the classics, in this case, Interrogating Antigone, which is Sophocles' play. We like this a lot, and we like experimented a little bit with it. And at the same time, we have what is The Art of Dressing for Performance Art by Emily Gosling, which talks about the body as being the medium of performance. Not always it has to be a space. It can be yourself as a person, whether it is a costume, makeup, or clothing. So for our production, Within is a very unique magazine in a sense. We come with two different sizes of pages. The bigger one, which is 17 by 24, and a smaller one of 11 by 24. We created this conscious decision because we wanted it to connect more with the concept of within the magazine, we have within different stories and within different places are many voices that talk about the same thing.
Yeah. And I think that this decision in the end led us also to enhance and underlying all the different and unexpected connection that through the just exposition on the different size of pages could in the end happen, and actually underlying different connections.
So for our visual contents, in the start of every magazine, we kickstarted with a photo series or a photo archive that has to do with each specific place. It could either be a book about books or a gallery that talks about people in different sports or abandoned theaters. We continue with our different type of archives. This may be photographic archive, historical archives, or simply a video that has a million screenshots of it in motion, like Blank Dummy. We have internet blogs. In this case, we decided to honor a little bit what is something more regular and informal in our everyday lives, but something that everyone that reads the magazine can create. We have different types of illustrations throughout the magazine, not our typical like thinking of illustration. It could be by hand or something digital that brings a new layer to one of our like normal based content. We have art projects as well that may be a recollection of art projects or a simple project by one person like Marcel Duchamp or Dear Reader Don't Read. We have Safety Curtain as well from the Vienna Opera. We have photographic projects that vary from culture to culture or perspective to perspective, like Simone de Principi's Varcea, that talks about street football in Brazil, and Cholitas Bravas, as well as The Art of Dressing for Performance by Emily Goslin.
So what about the text? So since we have this let's say kind of simple one column structure for the text in the narrow pages, we used a serif and a sans serif of typefaces in order to alternate and create a rhythm throughout the different articles, but also we wanted to give each article a bit more of a personality. Let's say, for example, adding and underlying some specific words, some passages throughout the details of microtypography, or also including some graphic elements in order to enhance a bit more the content and the concept of what is being said throughout the reading experience. We did our best in order to exploit this column grid and give some rhythm, include some algorithm in order, wherever it was, of course, coherent with the whole context. And talking about the navigation, for what concerns the covers of the reading articles, we used for every issue a guest font, so that you can find in the name of the article, and also in the number of page of these pages, so only the covers, we try to gather numbers actually taken from these places or objects, such as numbers of books pages, or taken from the seats of theaters, or from tickets for sports events, and all of that, in order to create a bit more an environment, an atmosphere.
Now, for our front covers, we decided to have a little play within the interior of a magazine with the same covers.
Yeah, so we really wanted to underline and use at its best what in a way makes our magazine unique. So the format. So we brought also on the outside the let's say the division of the blank space and the visual space. So all the images were used and chosen in order to create a bit of a preview what was in the inside. We used the front cover for showcase in order to showcase the index, the contents of what is inside. In the back cover, there is the editorial in order to explain a bit more what is our way, our perspective, and also in the spine we put a short sentence taken from articles that are inside, in order to, let's say, create always a bit of a storytelling also from the outside. And also in the inside cover, of the first inside cover, we put, as you can see here, in each issue a different list. Every time putting, for instance, in this example of libraries, all the books that were being mentioned. So also in order to create another resource to expand your knowledge about a specific place or whatever is around it. So here you have also examples from other issues. So sport, and also using also some visual contents that occurs also in the inside, but putting it also in the inside cover in order to giving it also a bit of a personality and distinction. And here in the next one as well, with all the order of all the theaters mentioned.
So for our online presence, we start with our social media. We want to bring the feeling of print to digital. We highlight a lot of our visual content and create this sort of grid where you have a lot of white space. And we use a lot of the scans of the magazine and represented a lot of what is the two sizes within the magazine and created this sort of feeling like you have the magazine and like the visual contents more specifically, and also highlighting the pictures that deserve in a way to be highlighted even more because they have this bigger impact in people, as well as the use of stories for each one of the articles that when we have them.
Yes, and regarding the website presence, we also designed a way we thought about a landing page in order to browse the different topics using the spine as a way to showcase them, and just simply putting some spreads in order to give a bit of the idea of what it is, and reading at the editorial, and then if you like it, also buying it maybe.
Have a collection of all the different quotes with the magazine, basically. And it goes like piling up the events and the issues. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Like, right?
Mhm. Actually, like we did not think about a specific target. We thought about maybe an attitude, like
Yeah.
curiosity, like really wanting to go
read,
further.
follow.
Uh,
If I
yeah. Ah. Uh,
For starters, it's a person that is very curious. It's young. It likes to read, and it looks for like details. It's obsessive.
yeah, maybe a bit obsessive. It could be also he or she or them or they like, of course, they like unexpected things. Like
Yeah.
okay, let me see what's here. Like what can I think about this place that I never thought about it? Or, like I don't know, maybe thinking about internet as a theater. You know, it's like what is it? But actually, like we do it every time. We split our personality and we act when we do it. So like yeah, giving something that is unexpected in order to create different storytelling. I don't know. So, but I think it could be any one of us in a way. And it could be, let's say, demographically. Let's say it could be any one of us, or also
in this room.
elderly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You as well, I think, because
yeah.
it's more of a
Yes.
person that if you're a curious reader and you like things very in detail, like obsessive type of things, and you typically don't go for like the mainstream media, I think you go into those kind of things, because at the end of the day, it's not a magazine for everybody, and it's not a magazine where everybody's gonna want to read all the time, because magazines are more like visual. So in this case, we took a little spin to that. So it's a person that has a little bit of love more towards reading, because we also
Yeah.
have a love more towards reading,
And also
and appreciate as well all the archives. Yeah.
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 Yeah. Demographically for everyone. But about attitude, no. Yeah.
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 Mhm. I think it can be both, honestly, because I feel like if I would get this as a gift, it would be like so much appreciated because it's something like so different and unique. So you know that the person took the time and thought about it if you were gonna like it. And at the same time, I think if it's not a gift and it's for you, just by the spines thing, I think it's sort of a collector's item in a way because it's not normal and it's not like your everyday magazine. So.
I also would up that I mean, in terms of gift, so thinking about the reader when we think about this project, I think more than a gift, I think that we need to gain their trust
Yeah.
as an editorial board. So I think that this is really necessary. It cannot be for everyone in a way of maybe our community could be more like thought about people who really knows us and doesn't simply maybe stop by also because the tactility could be interesting.
Yeah.
But also from an editorial point of view, we think we should like really gain the trust of someone when we collect this such contents. Like I guess this is.
Yeah. Uh,
Yeah. We were talking about this in class about the fact that actually like there could be so many ways to approach each topic and what we put here in the end we were so enthusiastic about the contents that were here that in the way we were like this is how is our vision about this topic, so in the end maybe it wasn't needed for us to show up.
I think
but
that in the curation of the
selection.
content, we showed a little bit of like how we think, how we are, and like where we come from. Even so, like I think we didn't like put ourselves mainly into it, but throughout the curation of the content, we went a lot into it. We changed it a lot. We learned a lot as well. So yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Sí. Plus.
We had that conversation a lot.
Yeah. I think that I mean in a way we arrived with kind of like a recognizability and a common thread that I think it's what makes a publication a magazine, which is like something that continues, or a publication like a book if it was like every issue really specific. So we really tried to focus on what were our gestures, what made us unique as a magazine, and try to use them and exploit them a little bit to create a language, a really simple language, but also subtle sometimes, and also, I don't know, impactful maybe. I'm saying many words, but I think that for the contents that we gather, like I think we could call ourselves a magazine, because a magazine really reconnects me, as you said, about a gathering of so many voices.
And there are so many places and spaces. Honestly, when we came up with the tagline as well, we were like, what's the space and what's the place? And like just from that list, we decided on this three, but throughout that, we realized that every space has its own sort of a very unique point of view, depending on the person. So we were like, this could be really like long and like very interesting when you create like something from one space. So yeah. 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 Thank you.
Okay.
Eso.
Congratulations from my side. I think that this is also excellent project. The different. First, I think that one of first magazine. Book magazine. I think me like this balance about. You can see that you're passionate. That this magazine wherever it is. Always. Um, other thing that you know that well, as discussion, I also like very much this balance of look at the city, a lot of weight to manage it. Same has become boring. Manage it super well. Doesn't that um, that also was super nice. I thought very diverse layouts. Ooh, you're proving the opposite. Very, not very big format, out of images. Also, I think that it's we can see the attention to understand
Thank you.
Thank you.
Al final habéis sido casi todos al mismo sitio, ¿no?
Hello.
Hi,
Hi. I'm Ukla.
and I'm Ro. And this is our magazine project called Flesh and Bones, Beyond Our Parts.
So we decided to create an art magazine dedicated to the human body. And as you know, joy was our starting point. And that was our keyword. And kind of into all of our research and brainstorming together, everything sort of led to the body. And so we decided, okay, what way can we show the body that's kind of different?
Yeah, especially because a big part of that idea of joy and its connection to art and the body was this idea of self-expression and the way that can be demonstrated through these two things.
Exactly. Our bodies are sort of vessels through self-expression.
So basically what we have been wanting to do is to sort of build a conversation around the concept of the body as an art form, and especially in that idea of self-expression and how that your body could literally be a form of art. And we want to also just educate people and sort of honor the human body through an artistic lens.
Yeah, exactly. So here are our covers. The lettering, the masthead is lettering that we wrote ourselves, yeah. And then our tagline, Beyond Our Parts, which kind of bases on kind of the rawness that we want to show, flesh and bones.
Yeah, especially just exactly the body in a very physical, gritty way, sort of, especially when you look at our covers, we always sort of get close up to the body. And even if you, I don't know, especially if you look at the curvatures of the body and stuff like that, still looking at that as a concept of art.
Exactly. We want to kind of show rawness as in a form that's not, usually you don't see this in a magazine.
Yeah, especially a big part of this is the concept of it being an intimate thing. So that's sort of behind this handwritten concept and with these photos. So to open up our presentation and also our magazines and ourselves, we go straight into these journals that were submitted to us where people talk about the body and sort of their relationship with it as either a concept of art or sort of just anything. And these are not signed, people just sent them to us. A lot of people didn't even necessarily want to be recognized. So some people have their faces in it, some people cover them, and some of them are just blank pieces, like just notes that they scanned and sent to us, and they were like, "This is all I will be giving to you."
Yeah, we also wanted people to feel comfortable, so we wanted them to either have pictures or not, like up to them.
Yeah, so that's why we sort of call this section stripped, where it's just sort of like stripped down information, and where people can talk with like zero fear, basically.
Yeah, very like personal, and that's kind of, you'll see that throughout the magazine. We want a really like personal feel, because the body is kind of an emotional topic sometimes, it can be, and yeah. And then we have a few art sections. So this is called Exhibition Spotlight, which basically we are just spotlighting exhibitions, and we go into, like, these are all curated obviously from a body standpoint, and yeah.
Yeah, and then we have some that like focus more on just like art in particular, like certain pieces, and we sort of like talk about like the content. Basically, it speaks on like its relation to the body and like the artist's like perspective on that.
Yeah, and then kind of similar to the exhibition, we do an artist highlight, and then we select some pieces from the artist that we feel goes best with like our magazine.
Yeah, and then so we also talk about like sort of like fashion and sort of its relation to it as an idea of like art on our bodies, basically.
Yeah.
This first one is like fixation, which is basically just like we choose body parts and things that people use to like accentuate them with. So things like grills or like nails, like accessories and sculptures.
Yeah, we'll go more into that later. You'll see exactly what we're talking about more in depth.
Yeah.
And then another fashion category, which is a subculture. So we choose one subculture to just demonstrate each magazine.
Yeah, basically just how they use these like just like literally garments and like are framed as a form of art. And then we have like our interviews, which is basically like the main way that we're trying to demonstrate this blend between like the intimacy and the art and like the body. And we talk to people and talk about their like personal relationships with their bodies and their artwork. And for each issue, we actually interviewed an artist in Barcelona and got like their sort of like perspective on this, which was really like fun, honestly.
Yeah, we wanted to like keep that personal aspect, so we decided to make shoots and do our own interviews for each magazine, one interview each magazine.
Yeah, so
And then what we kind of decided when we were doing like working on everything, we decided to make kind of a sort of different aesthetic each magazine and curate the content based on the aesthetic. So this is the lettering that we have in the first issue, and then the lettering inside changes each issue, and then you'll see the kind of the textures change a little bit. So we have kind of a different vibe each issue, and yeah.
Yeah, we sort of like chose to base them sort of with the people we were interviewing. Like in particular with this one, you sort of see like a lot of us like our first person like a fashion designer, and then also a person that like body paints. So this idea of like this flowy like
it's very like feminine.
Yeah.
The first issue.
Yeah. So then you can see that here with like the second one, where like the people we interviewed were both artists who sort of play with this idea of like costumes or like personas and like having this sort of like alter ego, and we went this sort of more like punky route with more textures that were more like, I don't know, gritty and darker.
Black and red.
Yeah.
And then for our third issue, we kind of decided to go for a kind of a mix of the first two.
Yeah, sort of like a more playful route.
Yeah.
Because,
more softer colors.
Yeah, because like the artists we were talking to liked a lot of playing with like characters, and like we sort of took that in a more like playful, almost like childlike way, like this sort of like
caricatures that he makes. It's very like
yeah, exactly. Yeah, creating, I don't know, this sort of like he explained like his process as being sort of like not really thinking of anything and just going straight into it, this idea of like no rules.
So we kind of decided to go with like more of a childlike vibe, to go into, I don't know, the flow of his thought process.
Yeah. So then for like our typography, this is how we demonstrate like our interviews, and we sort of do this grid where we use PP graphia and fraction mono, and sort of this idea of like constructing it in this way, but then also having it flow like the body sort of with these sort of like curves and
Yeah, and not being perfect, because nobody's perfect. Nobody is perfect. And so yeah, we kind of wanted it to obviously not be ugly, but kind of weird.
imperfect,
you know.
basically.
Yeah.
Um,
And then yeah, we only have these two typefaces that we choose, and then this is for the art sections. We use this formula.
yeah, which is basically more grid-like, and
Yeah.
so we can have it more relate to
Yeah.
the artwork, basically.
We have it touch images also, so it's more like
This intimate relationship,
Yeah.
basically. So here is like our focus is where we have like our art sections, and this is how we open them, where basically we always like to include a photo of like the artist. Like we really do want to highlight like the people like behind this work, especially since a lot of it has to do like with the body. We think that's like a very important part of like understanding the artwork. And we also have these like the navigation, we always have focus like written like right across, and we have these sort of like the name of like the pieces or the artist written like repetitively, sort of like a system
Yeah.
thing, but still sort of this concept, this relation of like the movement of the body.
Yeah, and we wanted to include some drawings as well, and some like of these analog moments, and we scanned the pictures of the artists and then placed them with a digital tape. So it was kind of, we wanted to like mix the digital and the analog.
Yeah.
And then yeah, this is our artist highlight openers. So kind of a similar structure, but with a bigger photo of the artist to highlight that.
And then here we have our like subculture section, which this is the way we open it, where you can see like the handwriting that we did for each particular issue.
Yeah, the different letterings, they all, and you can see there's like a clear kind of aesthetic difference in each. And
Yeah, and like especially we use like a lot of texture, like the scan texture, to sort of show like that sort of like grittiness and like the texture that you would see like with bodies ourselves when you get up close to them.
and then our fixation. So yeah, as we said, we chose different body parts for each issue, and then we found something that was kind of, I don't know, weird to do with that body part. So we have nails, and we found these body nails that's like made out of tongues, and then shoes which was feet, and we found these rat boots that we thought was crazy. And then yeah, grills and face jewels. So we really wanted to like highlight something that's like different and you wouldn't normally see.
Yeah, especially seeing the way that people like choose to like manipulate their own bodies and
Yeah.
like with these sort of like accessories. And we've also got our exhibition spotlight, where we exhibit like basically show an exhibition. One of them is actually from Barcelona, the second one from an artist here, which was pretty cool because we got to like sort of talk to them, and it became, I don't know, more intimate to get to know like these person's perspective on their like artwork.
Yeah, it was really fun being able to like find artists locally and show that also.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, then we have our first interview. So we did this shoot ourselves, and she gave us so much content. She lives here in Barcelona. She's from Russia. She's a friend of mine, shout out. And she uses a lot of body paint, so she uses her body quite literally when she is doing her art. And so we thought that she was just a perfect person to highlight in the first issue.
Yeah, especially like we, the textures we used were like literal photos of like skin.
Of her skin.
Yeah, so we like to put that like relationship with like her body on top of like her own skin and sort of do like that layering and reconstruction. And then we have Leah Miranda, who's also an artist from Barcelona, who he's the one in the third issue that does like a lot of like characters. So we sort of, for the texture here, we decided to like use his own characters and sort of like in relation to him, or like there's a photo where because we did these photo shoots like ourselves with like photographers from Elisava as well, and like sort of planning to like pose him in ways in relation to his artwork, because he like said that the way that he posed his characters had a lot to do with like himself and like what he was feeling.
Yeah. And then this is Tawa. She's from Barcelona. She is a super cool artist, and she was perfect for our magazine because she actually kind of goes into her eras. So she becomes a different person, body, each era that she's in. And so we thought that it would just be perfect for us to interview her and showcase a little bit of how, you know, our different artists use their bodies.
And then here we have like some examples of like our art pieces, like the focus one, where like we focus on like a particular like piece, like this macho sentimental, and where we basically just go through like their whole series.
Yeah, and here's one artist highlight. So this is Nadia Lee Cohen. We chose her because kind of similar to Tawa, she creates like different personas. And yeah, so here we have some exhibitions from her and then a music video that she did.
And then here we have Oxido Prematuro, which is an exhibition from here where we sort of like laid it out thinking of like what it was like to sort of be in that space.
And then into the more structural things. So our magazine is 34.5 centimeters tall and 25.5 wide. And yeah, it's a biannual magazine, open binding, because like goes with the name Flesh and Bones. We wanted it to be like raw, like
looking right inside of it, basically. Yeah, and like a big thing about it also is particularly like the size. Like we sort of, the body takes up space. Exactly. We wanted the magazine to take up space and for like the photos to take up space as well, basically.
Yeah. We wanted it kind of be in your face.
Yeah. So here's our social media. A big part of it is the fact that this is an intimate, personal thing as well. Like it's sort of, we're posting selfies of the person in the magazine with it, and sort of we want people to have this sort of intimate relationship with the people that we interviewed.
Yeah.
Because we feel that's like a very important part of like what we're doing, like sort of these are all real people and we all have like real bodies.
Yeah, and the personal aspect is very, very important to us. So we kind of wanted it to feel like not too much like magazine Instagram in a way, more, yeah, like we are actually curating it, which we are, so.
Yeah. Yeah, basically we also include more of that collage feel as well, and like the handwriting throughout the social media. And then that sort of idea of like the personal idea is we wanted to demonstrate through like our stories as well, the sort of like behind the scenes as well, and like getting to know these artists who are like real people.
Yeah, and also everybody uses storage now, so we wanted to
Yeah, there you can see it with like Liam and the shoot that we had with him, and then also some personal home reading through the magazine moments.
Yeah, so we had two girls from the photography master here in Elisava help us with the issue 2 and 3 interviews.
And yeah, this is Flesh and Bones.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Suka and Romy. I think what it's more, on one hand, what I think is special of your
Yeah, there's a lot.
but um, have what three words?
Like simply by looking at
Yeah, like
Just the cover.
in the mail or like in a
Yeah.
store, and then walking words are that.
the words when they look at him. Okay, can I say feelings? Like or
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
okay, yeah, almost like uncomfort, almost. Yeah, like intrigue, intimacy.
Well, interesting.
Like
Like,
not-
wow.
non-judgmental.
You can put wow instead.
Okay, wow.
Wow.
Wow. Okay.
Wow.
Okay, wow.
And then, kind of like, yeah, questioning, intrigue. And I'm not the best with words.
On pressure to that.
In any language, whatever.
One more. Like the masthead really.
As you know, like other. Wanting
Yeah. Yeah, this kind of.
I suppose. I guess.
We had grotesque quite a bit. Like that word was kind of
Yeah.
lingering throughout. We kind of wanted that like grotesque even sometimes. Yeah. Can't put me on the spot.
Yeah, no, especially because we sort of
Yeah.
we wanted the discomfort, but also this concept of becoming comfortable with it, like seeing these images, being because like in reality, like I feel like when we talk about the body and we see it a lot in like media and art, we don't always see it in this way, and now we're sort of looking more at different kind of body types and sort of this idea of like
Normalizing
Yeah.
kind of the grotesque. That's kind of what.
yeah,
We
'cause
wanted.
I feel like when I forget that this is shocking simply because
Yeah.
we've been staring at it
Yeah.
for like a year.
Yeah.
So I feel like sort of that idea of people being able to look at like any body type and be like, well, this is just like a body, and we all have completely
kind of like
different
being
things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A little bit.
I think modulate that. Like I was shocked. Like one kind of there are moments our corpus. And something about because there's so many like naked
sort of this.
Project. Also, the time, like it. What I mean is that I like the fact that there are students and designers, they are able to tackle the things and that maybe 5 or 10 years ago it wouldn't be that or not common or timely. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, that's like.
I think we're in Barcelona.
Exactly.
Thank you so much.
Hola. Gracias, Thais. Hola, soy Cesarina.
Y yo soy Yayu.
Y le vamos a presentar Luna, nuestra revista. Y empecemos con, bueno, decir qué es, ¿no? Es una revista ilustrada que, digamos, mira el mundo desde una perspectiva de género y que quiere traer diferentes referentes, bueno, a nuestros lectores. Y esto lo hacemos a través de la ilustración porque creemos que es una técnica que nos permite muchísima libertad y crear cosas que con la fotografía pues no podemos. Y decidimos hacer nuestra revista temática, entonces cada issue tiene su propio tema y en específico elegimos la sexualidad, flourish, social. Y entonces ver un poco la figura femenina en estos contextos, pero también pensamos un poco a lo que podría ser Luna en el futuro y aquí algunos ejemplos. Pasamos ahora a cuáles son un poco nuestros objetivos y primero de todo, bueno, queremos traer referentes mujeres y que sean ilustradoras, pero también de otras temáticas escritoras, expertas de determinadas temáticas, etc. Y bueno, y también crear una comunidad con Luna que no solo sea papel, sino algo más allá.
Vale, y ahora vamos a hablar un poco de nuestros contenidos. Para empezar, pues tenemos como 4 tipos de categorías, que serían los artículos, que podéis ver aquí. También las entrevistas, donde se entrevistarían pues, a diferentes expertas en la temática escogida para cada issue. Para los ensayos, pues son como ensayos de personas pues, hablando más de la temática esta. Y los portfolios, donde queremos dar más visibilidad a las ilustradoras, y serían pues los trabajos de ellas.
Sí, ahora pasamos un poco a la tipografía. En específico elegimos 3 tipografías que, bueno, como pueden ver, son presentes en toda la revista. Y también una 4ª tipografía, que es Perfumery, que es un script que, digamos, queremos, bueno, aquí un poco rápido, pero pueden ver como la dinámica de los opening de cada artículo. Hablando ahora de...
Sí, el formato que hemos escogido para la revista
¿Perdón?
es 26 por 19 cerrado y abierto 26 por 38. Y luego para el pequeño encarte que tenemos dentro sería 26 por 15 cerrado. Y así se vería el encarte un poco.
Sí, digamos que aquí son historias de personas que pueden escribirnos y compartir su propia experiencia, un poco para solidificar más ese sentido de comunidad, ¿no? Donde tú te puedes mandar tu historia y compartirla con nosotros y con los lectores.
Vale, y ahora vamos a hablar un poco de cada issue. Este es el issue 1, bueno, estaba la portada y dale. Este es como el editorial, donde se da como una pequeña introducción a de lo que vamos a hablar y se comenta como un tema. Y cabe destacar que las ilustraciones de esto, del editorial y del índice y del crédito, son de la misma ilustradora. Este es el índice, que iría cambiando dependiendo del issue, porque queremos como que se ajuste a la temática que se escoge. Por ejemplo, aquí pues queríamos darle más como una relación a, pues eso, a la sexualidad, pues a sentir mariposas en el estómago, literalmente. Vale, y ahora vamos a ver un poco un flat plan de nuestra revista. Serían las entrevistas, ahora los artículos, los portfolios y los ensayos.
Sí, bueno, aquí un poco para ver, digamos, el diseño. Que la entrevista, digamos, que he caracterizado, bueno, con una columna, con sus ilustraciones que acompañan, y quisimos también hacer una diferenciación en las ilustraciones elegidas con cada, digamos, sección de nuestra revista.
Bueno, sí, estos son los artículos, donde la ilustración tiene un poco más de protagonismo, pero sigue acompañando al texto. Vamos a ver esto.
Y aquí también la textura que hay en el fondo, cada issue tiene su propia textura y va cambiando igual dependiendo del ensayo que se habla. Y bueno, luego nuestras invitadas especiales de la revista, que son las ilustradoras, digamos que ya ocupan como su mayor espacio en el área de portfolio. Y para cerrar, pues volvemos con la ilustradora del principio, del índice y de los créditos. Y esta es nuestra contra. Bueno, ahora pasando un poco, igual la tienes ahí en mano para verla, pero aquí digamos que en el segundo issue miramos un poco a lo que es la naturaleza y entonces al acto de florecer, ¿no? Como decir que solamente, o sea, no solamente las flores pueden florecer, también las personas. Y bueno, aquí también un poco de overview general y ver cómo todo convive junto.
Y nada, y esto es un poco lo mismo, pues esta es una entrevista a Yaiza Sang, bueno, no se carga, que eso, que tiene una plataforma de podcast donde habla un poco de su experiencia y también de, pues, de la salud mental y de florecer como persona. Aquí un poco los artículos.
Y ese es un artículo muy interesante que habla un poco de las Hangzhou Women, que son unas figuras, digamos, presentes en la Corea del Sur, que ya tienen para, digamos, sobrevivir y alimentar su familia, pues ir debajo del agua y a búsqueda de alimento, ¿no? Y ahora un poco explican cómo su existencia está a riesgo de extinción, entonces parecía interesante también incluirla.
Y esto, pues, un ensayo que habla como de la, bueno, pues de los poemas de 3 poetisas.
Perdón, aquí un poco. Bueno, esta es una ilustradora, Alex Garant, que ve un poco mal, pero también su, digamos, arte es como ese efecto de doble ojos, porque digamos que ella ha sufrido de epilepsia y entonces fue como una forma para entrar en el mundo del arte y bueno, ahora tiene esta característica muy, digamos, específica, donde sus obras son caracterizadas por estos dobles ojos. Y bueno, aquí también cerramos con nuestra ilustradora y la contraportada. Uy, perdón.
Sí. En la contraportada tenemos como a todas las ilustradoras que salen en el issue. Y luego la tercera revista, pues es un poco así. Empezamos, el índice tiene que ver más con lo urbano y este es un poco el overview.
Sí, digamos que analizamos un poco la figura de la mujer en la ciudad, ¿no? Por ejemplo, en esa entrevista vemos como un poco la arquitectura, cómo está diseñada, viéndolo como para mujeres embarazadas, ¿no? Que igual deberíamos pensar también en eso, ¿no?
Sí, estos son artículos más, pues también relacionados con lo social.
Se ve.
Dios.
Juro que había cargado las imágenes antes. Bueno, ahora, digamos, para cerrar, tenemos algunas fotos de nuestra revista. Y para, digamos, nuestro próximo step, queremos volver un rato a lo que decíamos antes de nuestros objetivos. Y para eso, bueno, pensamos de poder crear algunos eventos donde, digamos, cuando lanzamos nuestra revista, y además de eso, pues como queremos traer referente, pues traerla realmente y invitarlas en este evento y así poder mostrar sus artes y, bueno, interactuar con las personas, ¿no? Y bueno, aquí creamos también un perfil de Instagram y aquí un poco lo que pensábamos es compartir las ilustraciones que están presentes en nuestra revista para también dar nombre a estas personas que están presentes y bueno, alternada un poco a diferentes contenidos como las invitaciones a eventos o imágenes de la revista. Y ya está.
Yeah, it's okay. Thank you.
wow.
Okay, how do you?
¿Cómo llegamos al nombre? Luna?
Okay. Yeah. Because the moon is like so related to women and with the cycle and that things.
Oh, sorry. Bueno, dependiendo, sorry. In base of the content, so we are, I don't know, yeah, here is, yeah, for example, here it's like an article that talk about bike and woman. So we think about maybe not a bike in an illustration, but the world of urban, of street, and girl like maybe can go in a bike, something like that. So it's more like the concept of the article and how the illustrator can, yeah, communicate this.
Thank you.
That first, what I really like about the project,
The colors. Yeah. Yeah.
Very contrasted.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, let's do breaks now. Is it okay for you? We see the other photos.
We can do a check with your computer before.
Human temperature. Okay? Like this. Do you don't think it's cold? Here it's like being in the fridge.
Yeah. We are standing still, so we're going to half.
Ciao. Now Break Free Magazine. Testing.
Uh,
Uno.
Hi.
Ready?
Okay.
Hello,
Hi,
I'm
everyone.
Adriana.
I'm Irene, and today we are presenting Break Free, a narratives on freedom. So we're talking about the concept, structure, and to conclude the design.
So we're gonna start with our concept. We thought about freedom and we were thinking what the approach on freedom for us could be. So we thought that freedom is always available to us in any moment. Anybody can find their own freedom, and that means freedom is something personal because it's not the same for every person. So in conclusion, we say that there are various viewpoints around freedom. So what we want to do with our magazine, we think our magazine is like a collection of narratives, insights, interviews that kind of like put on the spotlight the goals of the people to pursue their freedom and what freedom means for each individual. So basically we invite our readers to embrace their unique vision around the freedom.
Yeah, and talking about the structure, Break Free magazine aims to create a community of readers who are passionate about discovering and their self freedom, about personal freedom. And
for the tone of voice, we wanted to be vibrant, challenging, and bold because we wanted our readers to step out of their comfort zone and see what freedom really means to them.
Yeah, our format is 21 per 28, around 130 pages, printed in 4 colors in indigo, and with a perfect binding. And we had chose symbol tatami for 150 grams, and for the cover 250. The publication is biannual, so it's twice
a year.
Yeah. And here is the flat plan. So we have the cover, then a series of pictures, the master, the editor's letter, and the table of content. Our magazine has 2 different kind of content. We have articles, interviews, and breaks. Breaks are different sections inside the magazine, and we have three different sections, and mostly typographic, around mostly typographic content around music, philosophy, poems, literature, yeah. And then we alternate the articles with this kind of content, the breaks.
So here we're going to present you some of the examples of the content that we have for our issues before the design. So we start, for example, with the first one. It's an article around the bohemian lifestyle of the Ibiza around the 60s and the 80s. Then we go to an article around the traditions of the gypsy communities, which basically is an event of the biggest Europe's gathering of gypsies. We have the Scars and Elegance, which talks about rodeo, so then we find this liberation through the activity and this practice. And the last one, which is basically a photography series by Rona Bar, and also they kind of like creating these creatures and characters that combine fantasy and reality and talk about individuality and self-expression. So here it's an example of one of the breaks that we have between our articles, as we explained. For example, this is a song from 1918 after the end of the World War I, which is basically talks about freedom and the freedom that people found after the war. Then for the second issue, we have The Photographer and Hang. We have an article that it's connected with fashion, and they're kind of like depicting freedom through the black roses. We have The House is on Fire, which is a house in Mexico City, the House of Mummies it's called, and they're talking about self-expression, identity, while they're voguing, dancing, and having like the main theme is around music. And then the last is about an artist, Gaetano Pesce, and how he finds his own creative freedom. And another example of a break, which is a poem by Thomas Campbell, Freedom and Love.
Yeah, that we'll see later. And for the last issue, we have the Will Bennett's French Cuisine. Is like a performance. Also, we have around the sport, the Sukeban girls. They express freedom through their movements and and this practice. Also, we have the punk scenes in the past, related to the past in the 18th. So is around related to music, and also the last one is the rave, the Paris rave, around the music in the 19th. And this is another example of breaks. Freedom Lines in Being Bold by Robert Frost, was an American poet. And talking about the concept, we have created 3 different colors palettes for each issue. And yeah, for the typefaces, we have choose this one, TT Commons Pro, for the all body text in all issues. And we used mostly in the body text, in the navigation, and also in the quotes inside. We chose also 3 different typefaces. This one is TT Espina, is for the first issue, is only for the first issue. And we have the second one, this loop, like a script typeface for the second issue. And the last, Due Studio, we use this one in the third issue, mostly in the breaks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also because the third issue is a bit more, has like a theme more punk and dark, so we wanted every time the typeface that we use on the breaks to connect with the content that we have. So this is the design for, we start with the editor's letter and the masthead and the table of contents for the issue 1. As you will see also in the inside pages and the layout that we have chosen, we use a lot of the underline that we have, and we're trying every time to do different breaks between the sentences and the text. And also we have a lot of cuttings, as you can see on the table of contents, that we use because we wanted also to have this idea of breaking also in the images. So we're trying to take the things that the images depict out of the border, basically. So this is an example of an article. As you can see also, we're trying to divide the paragraphs and the text. We're trying to do some breaks between them, and most of the articles and interviews that we're doing have a lot of images, and we're trying to do different compositions. So this is another example. And also we use the breaks between the quotes, so they're all, every time they're justified. So we have different spaces between the words.
Mm-hmm.
And here is an example of a break. As we told you before, most of the articles and the interviews that we have a lot of photos. And on the breaks, we kind of like inverse that, and we only use typography. So for example, in this, we stretch a lot of the typography, so it takes a lot of space, and it's, instead of image, we have full typography.
Mm-hmm.
Here it's another example, and also you can see some of the cuttings that we have. So we're trying to do different compositions with the images. And here it's the first flat plan. So you can see the 3 breaks that we have in the beginning, middle, and end. And we use the 3 colors also in the 3 breaks. Okay, skipping this. And for issue 2, we keep the same structure. And here we have an example of an interview. So we wanted the text a bit to be more free, so we used the whole page basically, and we didn't use like the grid. And here's another example of a break for the second issue. We use the sloop typeface. And another example of an interview. So here we use the tracking instead. So we create all these breaks between the spaces and the letters. The flat plan. And the last
here
issue.
The last issue. So we have the same structure at the beginning. Here the same, another example of interview. So this one is breaks.
And for example, in the last issue, that it's a bit more punk, as we said, and a bit more dark. We wanted the breaks to be a bit more bold, so we kind of stretched the whole typeface. Another example of an interview.
Yeah, with the also getting images and composition of the text and images together.
And our flat plan. So then we go to the covers. We have the cover images on the front and the contributors in the last page. And every time the inside of the covers, we have the same, we connect the articles on the cover and on the inside. And for the spine, we use one of the quotes or breaks that we have inside, because basically the spine is a break between the front cover and the back. So we wanted this to be the typographic content that we have on the breaks. And also we use
the second issue.
And also we use the cuttings every time on the spines.
On the spine. The last.
The three issues together.
Yeah.
And also for
the communication, we have created a posters for a lunch party. So
basically the idea of the posters was that you can go to the poster and reap the information that they has underneath. So it basically says like it's your time to break free and what you can break free from your fear, and then you can come to your lunch party for a lunch party and have all the information behind. Some of the stickers that we also have inside the pages, and some of the images that we took.
That we took in these days.
And also some of the images are related with the articles that we have. So for example, we have an article about the beauty salon in Milan.
Yeah.
So we went to a beauty salon. Yep. That's it. Thank you. I think like our concept behind the freedom idea that we had is that basically we know that in these days, and like you cannot find in every single, I can say, like day, the freedom, the concept of freedom. But we wanted to explain how you, like, within these constraints, you can find like these little moments that you can have your own freedom, you know, like your, and freedom, it means it's very different per person, so it's something very different, you know. Something that freedom means to me, it's not the same for someone else. So we wanted to focus on these little moments that everybody, that they give their own definition of freedom, you know. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. Okay. Some story. We rejected a lot of stories, I think. um, yeah, I don't remember now the stories that we rejected, but in the end, I don't know, it's mostly like, for example, in the last issue that we have, which is a bit more dark and punkish, has this vibe. I think it gives the vibe of hedonistic, like the feeling, you know, like going to the extreme, kind of.
Also here, first article.
We basically, like, we're trying to find articles and stories that people kind of like present in their own terms of freedom, you know. Their own, yeah, their own. Yeah. Yeah, because also, like, we wanted to inspire people, like, through reading this magazine, like, also to give them the courage maybe to find their own freedom within their constraints, you know. So we wanted these stories to inspire them, basically. Mm-hmm. It's a rodeo article, like how they're finding freedom through this activity, basically. They are, they are. Oh no. Okay. Okay. Yes, we had some stickers inside because we were trying to basically also the idea of freedom to put it in the images. So we wanted the things that the people, maybe the figures, to take them out of the border basically, and yeah. Sorry? What? Yeah, yeah, an extra thing for the images, for the direction of the images. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All I want to say that size of the freedom of the, but I'm not sure about the production. There is in all that you are showing, there's a value on highlight. Which I think is forward for us. Then try to bring tiny format. About the
Yeah.
ugly. Or if it's super, I think there's lack of context. I have the feeling that let's see that this is something purpose of I would think that bear in mind with review. And more sedate, more sober,
Yeah.
shocking value.
Find the balance.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much.
you.
No, like this.
Hi, my name is
And my name is Sophia.
presenting. So started with the right and created this concept means of people through like or specific work?
So, Belong Magazine is a magazine that gazes at people united by fetishes, guilty pleasures, tastes. And the main thing we wanted with this magazine is to embrace the things we love, basically, and erase this feeling of like loneliness that sometimes is related with the things that we use in our own. We want this magazine to be a big community that keeps like growing with each issue, that it's focused on a different group of people. We want this magazine to be kind of like a mix in between a magazine and a journal that is like people can like keep and read whenever they want. People can like just collect them and give them as a gift. We want this magazine to be like relatable. We want this magazine to embrace like relations. We want this magazine basically to be like this feel good feeling that is related with the things we love, and basically different to embrace different voices and be like kind of like this universal theme of like groups that unites.
So we want it to be friendly and relatable, like a person. So we want the readers to relate with. So we decided to use also like slang language within the group. So we want the magazine to be accessible and like a comfortable size for you to take it everywhere, like Lucia said. And our audience is like social people that are starting like to know these different kind of groups and want to engage in like, yeah. So, and we thought about being in a biannual magazine. Okay, so we divided the magazine in these six. So we started with the code, which is the where we have like a manifesto of the club. So what is this club? Like the different like purposes that they represent. Then we have the vibe, where we show a bit like the personality of this club, like some short articles about like who is these people. Then we have like the people part of the magazine, where we have like interviews and like more like long articles. And then we have the business, when you show some projects, like what is this group of people doing, and like what represents them. And then we have like the FOMO, where we have like a calendar of events for like the reader to like engage with the group and like be part also. And then we have like the Wi-Fi, when we have like a members kit, and we have like podcasts and like merchandising. Yeah.
And we get to the first issue, which is the poodle issue. And this issue follows a specific group of people that is super fan of this specific dog, and they treat them like it's a work of art, literally. And basically, this group of people is doing a lot of things related to this type of dogs, like doing events, like doing like fashion shows, playing with them. They need a specific things to like live. So it's like all the things that is like around this type of dog.
And we call this group of people the poodle huggers. And this is like their manifesto.
For the contents, as the nurse said, we divided the contents and the issues in these different sections, and we assigned each section a specific dog. So we get, from example, articles about like poodles marrying, and also poodles like travel around the world, and it's like super famous on Instagram, and it's like a huge blog of like all the photos and all the travels. Also, we have a specific like events, like when it's like Coachella, we have like the poodle like event of like music and all these kind of like games around them. And also we have specific articles about like, okay, you need like these kind of like articles to treat like your dog and have like your happiest dog ever.
Yeah. So the second issue is the tasty art issue, where we explore the connection between art and food, and like this group of people that use food to create art and to express themselves. So we call this group Culin Artists, and this is like the manifesto. So the type of contents that we have is like projects of like people using food, like, and we have like table stories and like sobremesa, like what is this moment where people stay after the meal and like talk and like share stories. Then we have like events like exhibitions and like festivals. Then we have like kitchen tools, when like things that you need to start like entering this group.
And for the third issue, we chose the cosplay, which follows the group of people that want like to transform themselves in actually a total different person or thing, and actually like live through that character or person. And we call the cosplayers, and this is like a short version of like the manifesto too, in like how we try to explain how this art of like transformation works, and also this kind of like different types of cosplaying that we follow throughout all the issue. So we have like trying to explain cosplaying from our point of view. So how it works, how like the different types of cosplaying, like the events, how the big amount of things you need to actually do this kind of like transformation.
Yeah, also in this issue we try to give like not only talking about cosplaying as like people dressing in some like a different way. We wanted also to have like artists that use cosplaying in their work, like so give more like also like a more mature, like not mature, but like a different point of view of cosplaying.
Then it's not usually like the one, you know.
So for the design, we chose 3 different colors for each issue. So each issue has its own personality and its own like kind of language. And we like adjusted the colors with the content that we gathered, like the photos and everything. And also we have 3 different patterns for each issue. And three different typefaces that we chose also, like typefaces that we thought relates with the topic. So we always have like one typeface for like highlights and quotes, and then we have like the Caslon Ionic that we use like for body text, that it's like the same type that in all of the issues.
And we get to the covers. Each cover follows the group of people that it's referring to in the issue. So in this case we have the poodle huggers with a lot of poodles. And also we wanted to like embrace the pattern on the cover, and also like the concept of like we are as a magazine embracing like each group of people. And in the back cover we wanted to put one of the cutout images you're gonna see on the inside to like also like trying to represent the issue. And we wanted to put also like the name we gave to each group on the cover, so it's like also like our point of view as a magazine referring to that specific group.
Yeah, more than in the number of the issue, we wanted like to put the name. Also we always chose like photos of people that are staring at you when you read, so it's like they're inviting you like to come into the group and like join the group. And it's more personal in a way because we're talking about people in all of the magazines, so we thought about like putting people always on the cover. This is the last cover.
And this is how it works, like the 3 covers together. So for the issues, we're gonna start with the first one, Poodle Huggers. We also thought it was important for our magazine to like actually have like a editor's letter that refers to the group from our point of view, how we try to embrace this kind of like group of people, and how we want to like make them feel in a way like they belong to the magazine and the community.
Yes, that it's fine to like your tastes and your fetishes are fine, like we embrace you as you are. So it's more like our letter to the readers. And then the table of content that we talk. Yeah. So we always do like a dog for each section, so then when we open the sections we have the dog, and then you know where you are in the magazine. And this is the manifesto. We introduce like these cut out images to be more like playful and like fun way.
Mhm. And as we said, like it's kind of like a magazine and a journal. We thought it was important to actually like embrace the sections we thought to the magazine. So it's kind of like more like, okay, so I want to search like for this specific thing. So I'm going to go to the puddle huggers, that is like the people from this group that is like kind of like explaining their point of view on the experience and the group.
Yeah, it was like more like a guide to the group almost.
And also have like the kind of like how this group works, and this kind of like opener of the article, there's kind of like a mark and trying to mix with the image.
Yeah, we use also the Kaislon for openers because we use a lot like the tiny font in this like kind of openers, and we wanted like sometimes it's more like have like a relief, so it's not always like super poppy and colorful.
Yeah, and also putting the texture also in the inside, and it's also a thing we embrace from the outside and the inside of the magazine.
Mm-hmm.
We have photo like editorials of the poodles also, that we thought it was very like embracing of the topic.
Yes, and we have openers like this, only one side pages.
These are like the famous poodles that travel around the world, and it's
Like
like
poodle influencers.
Yes. And also famous people that actually like embrace the feeling of loving the poodles, and actually is part of like their personal like experience as like influencers, and they actually, it's not only them and the poodles all the time.
Yeah. We also use like quotes like this in the text, so we break a bit the text and the structure with the quotes and with the cutout images.
Yeah, like as the journal feeling, like with the stickers in between like the tags, we wanted to also embrace that.
And this is like we thought about like every issue having a collaboration with the brand, and put like, for instance, these are like poodle like toys and like bags, like treats, like things that you can like buy for your poodle, like to. And we thought about like having like every issue have a collaboration, and this part like we show like the products that they can buy.
And the calendar of events that we have in each issue. We follow like the different events, we explain, and also invite people to go and to see how like this group of people like work together.
And be part of. So for the second issue, so
like the letter from ourselves to the issue, and also using like the pattern from that specific issue in like a way that is like in between the pages. Also for this issue, we chose the work of Annie Collins, that it's like an artist that puts like herself in like different food, that we thought it was like also very related with the topic. So each section is like related with one of them.
The manifesto. Then we have the openers like this, more playful. We don't use a pattern. We kind of use like more typographic pages.
And also more focus on the art in itself, and how this art works and relates with the topic of food. We start with the openers in this issue, in which we try to also add this happy, funny feeling of the cutout images inside, and play with them with the type in this issue around the photos, and with the colors, like mixing all the time.
Yeah, we have like different fonts and different patterns, as we try to follow like a line that you feel like it's the same magazine, but it's a different topic.
And also like having articles that relates with like topics that we all know, like sexuality, how it relates with food, and also like kind of like explains, or like person that does like shoes with bread, and how does it work, and in the art aspect of it.
We also use the quotes like this in the calendar.
Like showing like different works, having like different interviews, and how like all these things works. And in this case, we thought it was important to actually show how this group of people does this kind of art. So we make the collaboration with a dinner party. There's like a website that shows like personal experience of like, okay, so I like to do this kind of like dish. So I do it with this specific tool and how it works. So it's like this more personal point of view on this group.
And the calendar of events.
And for the last issue, we have the cosplay that we did like the same pattern of content in a way with the table of content in which we show in this one different kind of like mask that you can use to do like a quick cosplay. The manifesto.
Or the openers of sections, also more typographical.
And then in this one, we actually use more like long titles, and you try to coordinate like how we put the photo, we put the text, and we relate it with colors also.
And we put like, we use like justification like for the first time that we don't use on the other issues to be a bit more different. It's more like relates more with the vibe also of the magazine. So we also have like openers like this, like when the text is overlaying images that we don't use, and like having the quotes on top of images, also like adding this new layer.
And also as the other ones, using like the pattern in between.
Yeah, and overlaying of image.
And for the extra content in this issue, we actually found like one of the first vintage costume books that we wanted like to show, and it's a way of trying like to show how easy a costume is made, and you can actually do it like yourself in a way. So it's kind of like a history cosplaying book to show, and the calendar of events for this one.
Yeah, that we have like for instance like gatherings of an anime gathering like with 1 million people. And we also have like exhibitions and like so it's like different types of cosplaying that you can relate.
And for the marketing and more communication of our project.
So yeah, we designed the landing page that embraces the magazine, so it's like fun and popping and has like the cutouts. We also divided like with the same sections of the magazine.
We thought it was like important to make easy like the people to actually buy the issue, and the first one it would be like the last issue published, so this is why we put the cosplay, and then we have the like other
the article part. So it's like we build the community also in the website, so people can like go and see, and we have like the events, so it's more like an extension of the magazine in the website. And then we have the Instagram that goes like with the same vibe as the website in the magazine. We try to put like the events that are occurring like right now, like some things that you can buy to be part of the group, like small articles, like this artist that we found that relates with this issue. So it's more like also like a platform where you can engage with the group.
And also doing t-shirts. We thought it was interesting to actually wear the issue and the theme you relate the most. So we prepare like one for each of the issues. How we can show that we like are part of that group.
Yeah, and you can buy and you can like relate and be part of this group. And like some stickers. We thought the stickers can come with the magazine when you buy it.
And also we do a party to launch a magazine. They will have glow, like with the theme.
And like posters also.
Also focusing on like people. A person, people that is part of the group, and also like you can see the relation with the theme. And also we send the magazine, and it's real how we can send it in the envelope.
Like the packaging. And these are like some possible future issues. So the thing that we like the most about our magazine, it's like it's endless. So we can also like always like find different groups and different people that want to belong to a community. And these are like we can go like to super broad, like
Yeah.
dogs, or like super specific things, like people that believe the earth is flat. So it's
Yeah.
growing.
And also to like demonstrate we can still follow the magazine, we prepared the 2 next issues,
Yeah.
which we call the fashionistas and the Bloomsy people, which is people like like fan of like fashion and the world of fashion, and the people that's super fan of orchids, which we found is super funny. Like actually, the group of people that actually is super fan of that.
Yeah.
So if you liked it, do you want to join to our community?
Yeah.
And this is our magazine, Belong Magazine. And thank you.
Yeah, a lot of
yeah,
fun.
we did.
We found the strangest things.
Yeah.
Like Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like searching for the themes, it was
Mhm. Yeah. Mhm. 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 Yeah, they're real stories. Like we searched, we did a lot of research in the beginning, and we chose the topics and then research. So we tried to find like different types of content. So we have like interviews that are more personal stories when you get to know these people, and like more broad content, like 2 dogs that got married. So yeah, it's more. Yeah. I think we chose it because it's the font itself is the connection of all these different dots, and it's like flowing and vibing. So we kind of, it's like the big group that connects all these different groups.
And also we wanted also to have kind of like a recognition with a name. So it's the only time we use this typeface and only time we use this like name in this kind of way. So it's the only like thing that it's with the tagline like in all of the issues the same way. Like just like changing the colors, but also like as the logo of like the magazine. Because we changed the pattern, we changed the typeface, we changed how we like
Colors.
like the colors, how we put them. But this, we wanted something that is like recognizable as the magazine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, that was the intention. It was difficult to find the photos all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You know what I out, balance. Your concept. Then strategy. Because magazine
Mm-hmm.
but what makes it have an impact that frame super well. All that balances time. But also in design as well. You have very forward concept. Probably all of these pictures, but putting that yeah, in that sense. Like I think that in terms of graphically, not exuberant, but it doesn't need to
Mm-hmm.
because it's more course than but guys it's a question.
Mm.
Just because not
Thank you.
Ay, la carcasa.
Sí. Perfecto. Bueno, hola, somos Cote y Mar. Presentaremos nuestro proyecto final de revista. Para partir, nosotras nos planteamos y observamos que en las personas siempre guardamos todo lo que sentimos. Nunca lo expresamos o hasta llega, todo lo que no expresamos se transforma en dolencias y enfermedades dentro de nuestro cuerpo, por lo que pensamos en el arte, cómo a través de él, contemplándolo, creando, viéndolo, algo nos hace clic, algo resuena con nosotros y se desencadenan todas nuestras emociones. Y es así como nace Resonar, como nuestro tagline dice, versos que remueven, movimientos que transforman. Esta es una revista que habla sobre danza y poesía. Estas dos disciplinas creemos que son netamente la expresión de las emociones a través del cuerpo, la palabra y la imagen. Dentro de estas dos disciplinas encontramos estos conceptos como manifestación, la revelación de sentimientos, la comunicación, la música y el ritmo y el lenguaje. Y es así como esta revista es una revista que emociona.
En esta revista encontramos 4 partes principales, como uno en los artículos de danza de las dos disciplinas, de danza y poesía. También damos mucha importancia a las personas, a los artistas, a los poetas, a los bailarines y a los coreógrafos, a partir de proyectos suyos propios y entrevistas. Llegamos a una de las partes más importantes de nuestra revista, que es donde hay una intervención directa entre la poesía y la danza, y hablaremos más adelante. Y también hay un encantado en medio de la revista suelto, solo dedicado a poetas.
A un poeta.
Sí.
Luego, esta revista, ¿a quién va dedicada? ¿A quién va pensada? Netamente a escuelas de danza y de literatura, ya que reunimos ciertas personas contemporáneas de la actualidad sobre estos dos rubros. Esta es una revista que no tiene temática, cada issue es diferente, solamente hablamos sobre estas personas. No tiene una temática por issue, eso, exacto. Ya entrando en la ficha técnica, hemos elegido un tamaño bastante grande, ya sea porque le hemos dado protagonismo a la fotografía y al cuerpo. Creemos que si esta revista hubiese sido pequeña no generaría el mismo impacto de querer emocionar y de que el lector pueda conectar con sus emociones. Y mantenemos un encarte más pequeño, más vertical, en donde aquí le damos el protagonismo a la poesía y que no va unido a la revista para así el lector pueda enfocarse solamente en leer esa poesía continuamente. Luego hemos decidido por el cosido Singer, creemos que este tipo se conecta con el concepto de la revista, un total de 86 páginas y este papel reciclado de Chiroeco que, como al igual que el cosido, creemos que también está unido a la temática de la poesía y la danza. Luego entramos en nuestras tres portadas, en donde el protagonismo más grande de la revista es el handwriting, y le hemos querido dar hincapié en la portada, sobre todo ya que en el handwriting, en la zona, se habla sobre un poeta en específico, conectado con la fotografía y la danza. Lo que vemos ver en la portada está entrelazado. Luego en nuestras contraportadas, donde aquí en el poeta que hablamos en el encarte va mencionado en la contraportada.
Vale, empezamos por el issue 1. Para ver cómo va el ritmo de los 3 issues, empezamos siempre con un manifiesto, luego con el índice y empezamos siempre con un proyecto, ¿no?, fotográfico del que será el primer artículo. Es verdad que a lo largo de la revista, todas esas frases más personales, más poéticas, van con esa monospaciada, la Prestige, que nos acompañará siempre. Cómo no nombrar a Pina Bausch, coreógrafa y bailarina alemana, que, bueno, muy conocida porque unió este movimiento más lírico, contemporáneo, con algo más teatral, y esta también exploración un poco poética nos encajaba muy bien.
Luego tenemos a Abel González, donde él a través de esta entrevista nos cuenta cómo él interactúa como fotógrafo y también como bailarín, y en esta sesión fotográfica como podemos notar como cierta sensibilidad en un poco como en los detalles del bailarín. Aquí podemos ver un poco cómo queda como la maqueta, la fotografía original. Y luego entramos en el handwriting, que justo está ubicada en el corazón de la revista. Por lo que pueden ver es un trazo bastante como suelto y libre, ya que está como súper conectado como con la emoción que queremos transmitir. Acá podemos verlo como más de cerca. Y luego tenemos el encarte, en donde mencionamos a este poeta Vicente Huidobro, que los poemas que hemos elegido hablan de ciertas emociones bastante como intensas y personales, y la hemos diagramado como con un poco de pausa entre medio de cada verso.
Como un plano general, ¿no? En medio iría el corazón, esa parte de intervención, y sí que se corta en el encartado y seguimos. Aquí sí, bueno, como vemos, la mayoría es blanco y negro, sí que se destacan pequeños detalles, algunas cosas, y en este caso hay este rosa pastel, que estos colores pasteles nos irán acompañando como a lo largo de los issues.
Sí, el color lo hemos elegido más en los artículos que son solo texto o en artículos más en las entrevistas. Luego pasamos al segundo issue. En este podemos ver como cierta sensibilidad en la primera instancia, y hemos querido darle protagonismo a la poesía visual. Al igual que Pina Bausch, este es el primer artículo, entonces primero se parte como con fotografías de Carlo de Paz y luego entramos en de lleno. Y en este artículo él nos cuenta cómo él, en esta sesión fotográfica, él se dejó llevar por la emoción, y podemos ver sus resultados, que son bastante hermosos. Luego a Marta Sierja, donde ella también, esta es la poeta visual, como el artículo estrella de esta revista, que ella se inspira netamente como biográficamente, ya que ella sufrió un trauma por un accidente automovilístico, y ella explora como su cuerpo, en su obra. Vamos a verlo. Y luego en el handwriting de este issue, podemos ver como el trazo un poco ha cambiado en la letra. Podemos ver que está distinta, manteniendo obviamente los mismos colores, y ver como un poco como el error en el trazo.
Bueno, el encartado del segundo es Alejandra, que tiene un trabajo también súper personal, se centra en ella misma, en sus pensamientos, las imágenes que lo acompañan también van un poco más al detalle. Y aquí, pues, un plano general también, lo que hemos hecho las imágenes de él. Continuamos artículos, encartado, y aquí destacamos como las imágenes son un poco más frías, el azul.
Ya luego, por último, entrando al issue 3, aquí hablamos sobre Cecilia Vicuña, una poeta visual, también artista conceptual, en la que ella utiliza su arte como herramienta de crítica y también como entenderse a sí misma.
Y aquí hay poemas de Cristina Rossi, hay un trazo un poco más agresivo que los otros.
Va a haber una vista global del issue 3. Finalmente, detalles de nuestra revista. Ocupamos bastante el blanco dentro de la revista para mantener esa sensibilidad y pausa. Muchas gracias.
Da igual.
Bueno, felicidades por la ahora de las cosas que
Sí, no, bueno,
Sí,
sí,
sí, todo,
sí,
todo.
Sí, sí, sí.
Just like mostly
Dame, dame. ¿Sí?
Just to share.
Okay. Hi everybody. My name is Luca,
Hi, Matilda. Ludovica.
and today we are presenting you our magazine project. As you already know from the rest of the project, the keyword is joy. So we started from the opposite. What is the opposite of joy for us? Which is boring, like bored and not be excited. And we said like, okay, perfection is quite boring for us. So let's go the other way and think about imperfections, those little things that makes everything unique and at the end makes us joyful. But what happens if those things become so much that they are not details anymore? Of course, nothing, because we think that collecting those details is a form of expression. And it makes everything more intimate and personal when everything is cluttered. So let's embark in this journey and embrace imperfections
With Ish. So from this concept, we came to Ish, and our tagline is "Live Ishfully." That It's like a word that we created, invented, to as an invitation for our readers to live in a free and imperfect way. Okay, so the main concept of the publication is maximalism, clutter, imperfection. And it talks about people who feel joy from gathering objects and experiences. So here's some of the keywords that describe our publication: imperfection, anti-aesthetic, quirk, obsession, maximalism, and so on. And with our tone, we want to be fun and ironic, and we want our readers are mainly young adults, but in general, all the people that doesn't want to have the pressure to live in a perfect way.
All right, and basically our two main words is maximalism and clutter. And when you think about that, you think, oh, someone has a messy house. And that is simply not the case. So we're not gonna like chase anyone out of the village because they have a messy house. We're gonna embrace it, but we're also gonna take you to more places. So every issue is based around the place. And through that place, we open a conversation about what maximalism is in that given space. So we have a different, like there's a whole variety of the places that we're gonna take you. We're gonna travel a lot through time and space. Go back, Fuka, please. Yes. So we have like different, we have kitchen, living room, bathroom, bedroom, dressing room, studio. There's so much more, but don't worry, we're not gonna storm the Capitol. We might go to Area 51 to find aliens though. Okay, and the issues that we chose basically is the living room issue, and then we follow with the kitchen issue, and then we go with the garage issue.
Of course, it's maximalism, so the issues are the other way around. The first is the garage, the second is the kitchen, and the third is...
And we go right to the contents. So the contents for the garage issue, it gives us like space to talk about hobbies and sports and many more things. So we've got articles like A Guide to Buzz Soccer Culture, which is this maximalism take on cars, on motorcycles, and on everything related to like anything that you can ride. And then we also go to the monster jams, because of course when you talk about maximalism in cars, you cannot basically not talk about the monster jams, because they are crazy maximalized cars. We also go to a little bit of a sad thing, because it's like the bike sharing graveyards. But we follow up with like the very cute and fun thing about like the weirdest sports mascots, and they are weird, so really go in there.
Here's the second issue, so welcome to the kitchen. For this issue, we're going to talk about food and cooking. And here's we have food related to art and photography. So for example, the interview with Svava Terdesen, a photographer that creates these amazing compositions with food peels and food scraps. And then we also talk about food related to travels. So we're going to talk about one of the messiest food festival, the one in Ivrea in Italy, where they throw oranges to each other. And then, for example, another article about the Japan's crazy vending machines. And then we also talk more about cooking and recipes in general.
And sorry, for the final and third issue that we are presenting today, we are going to invite you to our living room, which is entertainment, culture, art. And so our selection of some of the articles that you're going to find inside involve one of the classics of Japan television from Takeshi Kitano, which is Takeshi's Castle, this game show / mayhem / I don't know stuff. As also something more, if you want, hip, as if the postmodern literature of David Foster Wallace and Thomas Pynchon, but also some quirky stuff like a band from Denmark that plays noise music in fish tanks, like big fish tanks underwater with instruments made specifically to be played underwater. So now we are going into the design and the production of the magazine. We're starting with the technical specific and the production. The size of it is what we call an A4-ish, because of course, which is 20 by 28. It's paperback, perfect bound, cheap but not so cheap, and biannual, so 2 issues per year. In terms of typography, we chose 3 different pathways, 2 that are the same for, for all of the issues, and 1 that is different for each issues. So we are having the display fonts that you see on top. That is going to change for each issue. And then Baskerville is going to be for quotings in some of the articles, and Founder Grotesque would be our main body text font. So same goes for the second issue. You have the display fonts, the quoting, and the body text. And of course, for the third one.
Okay, so going into the design, this is the grid of the magazine with these 2 sidebars, but we're going to explain them later. And this is the table of content from the second issue, and then the masthead list. And in these two pages, as in the rest of the magazine, we use the typography and also the scribble, the handwritten part. That is one of the most recognizable feature of the magazine. This is an article from the first issue. About the design, we play with the typography, with the colors, and also with the elements through the pages. And this is one of the main story of the first issue. So we talk about monster truck, and also here you can see as the colors are the main part of the articles, and as you can see also as the underlined text is one of the recurring elements of the magazine. This is another article. It is about the Bike Hill, a festival which shows all the craziest and weirdest bikes in the world. And here you see how we alternate the text with the images, and we played with the positioning of the images. And this is the flat plan of the issue 1.
Yeah, this is the second part of the flat plan of issue 1. And now we are going into issue number 2. This is what Ludovica just said about the Battle of Oranges in Ivrea, close to my hometown, close to Torino. This is a collection and interview with these artists that creates these super messy cakes. And we chose to portray this article because of the quotings in Baskerville that I told you before, as well as the other elements like the tilted images not in place and stuff like that. This is a very fun article about what you can find in Japan in the vending machines, and we wanted to have this feeling of the flyers that you find in supermarket and our discounts. This is the first part of the flat plan of issue number 2, sorry, and this is the second part. Passing to issue number 3, this is the article that I told you about, Takeshi's Castle and Takeshi Kitano. This is about Simpson Wave, which is basically this music genre that fuses The Simpsons with a music genre that is called Vaporwave. So it puts them together. And the funny thing about this is it can't exist without video. So it's the only music genre that can only exist with video too. This is the first part of the flat plan of issue number 3. And this is the second one.
Okay, so going into the detail, for the navigation, we decided to have these two bars in these two vertical spaces in the 2 sides of the page. And so we indicate the page number and the title of the article. But we are not using these spaces just for the navigation, because inside the article, they are the right side is used to sort of create a conversation, a direct conversation with the reader, because we give random trivia and comments to the content of the article. And the same
kind of conversation is set with the scribbles over on the images, because they set a sort of tone, the tone of our publication. They are ironic and they want to give our comment, our point of view on the articles.
Yeah, basically those two elements, the sidebars and the scribbles, are our voice, like as if we are speaking to our readers.
And then, as other elements of the design, we have the outline text with this crazy combination of colors, and the overlapping elements and tilted images and elements through the pages.
Right, and now we get to the logo, or the masthead, which changes each issue, because basically we believe that if we are doing the handwritten stuff on the covers, then we can also have the handwritten masthead. And it sort of like gives off the vibe of what each issue is gonna be. So like we don't have like a certain type of masthead. We like they change, but they are very similar, so you can easily recognize that this is the ish. And our covers, can you go back to sorry? So the covers, like they each have a story, and basically they have a sort of like a hidden message on like what can you expect inside of the magazine. And the funny, like the secret ingredient to getting the best experience is like reading the story with like a certain voice. So for example, the garage issue is like, "Don't wait up, honey, I'll be late. Gotta race some knuckleheads and win with my sick pink ride. Where's your for? No idea, maybe our kid took it. Okay, honey, gotta go. There's a tinfoil hat guy trying to get past me." And basically that is the sort of humor that we're basically trying to go with. Also on the spines, we have those there's a description of the issue. So basically, red light, green light, go, the garage issue. We have fresh out of the oven, the kitchen issue. And straight from your couch, the living room issue. And on the back cover, we have those like little adverts. And basically they change with every issue. So for example, the garage issue, we have the auto ad, and the location is Omiakon, and it's the coldest place on earth. So I don't know why anyone would sell a cabrio there, but it's there. And for the kitchen issue, we are giving you a coupon to get garlic and be free of vampires in your life. And for the living room issue, you can get the penultimate Wizard Game 7 trilogy final ticket. So it's a huge deal, I would say. And these are the whole 3 issues. Now, of course, we understand that you gotta be out there. That's why we have the Instagram. And of course, basically, we want to connect with our fans. And as you can see, we have the stories, issues out. We try to like basically engage our community. We have our beloved ish readers out there. But the perfect way for us to connect with readers is to engage them. Can you skip? Basically, for us, the perfect moment for us to engage with the readers is to invite them to basically make the ish with us. So we have a contest, and we have those like empty pages with no scribbles, and you can write your own story, take a picture and send it to us, and you will win fame and glory, guys. This is a huge deal, I would say. And here are some beautiful pictures of our ish in the wild. So of course we had to take our ish to the streets, and since this is the garage issue, we took it to the crazy bikes. And then we have the kitchen issue, with some food, and then of course with supercars, the garage one, Lamborghini. We're super prepared. And then the oranges, it's super fun. The ish is out there. And guys, I didn't tell you before, but ish is you can buy it. We kept it a secret, but we are already published in several stores. So
that information could not be true.
Okay, it's not true, but ish, like it's a living proof that ish could be a real, it can survive then. And of course we always love our happy fans. So this is it. Thank you, and don't forget to live ishfully. have to basically be born with the funny thing. There is like, yeah, you can like practice being funny. I mean, it's like first draft funny, yeah. Well, sometimes you have to rewrite things, but like you basically test it out, and then you say, okay, maybe this is not that kind of a joke, and then you have to rewrite it, of course. But you know, basically